Recent operations saw thousands of South Vietnamese families moved into militia-controlled fortified villages as part of the Strategic Hamlet Resettlement Program. However, Viet Cong have infiltrated several of these South Vietnamese hamlets, killed their leaders, and seized control. We need to support the South Vietnamese Air Force in wiping out these VC-controlled hamlets. For the first part of this operation, we'll soften up their defenses with airstrikes, ready for an assault with light tanks and infantry.
I'm having some problems with rudder response. Need to perform a maneuverability check.
Roger that. Positioning to check you from behind. I'm on your 6. Initiate maneuverability check.
We need to eliminate the Viet Cong's infiltrated hamlets, bomb the occupied villages to destroy the Viet Cong's base, and help to reduce the enemy presence in the area. NVA MiGs are approaching. Protect our bombers before the MiGs reach them.
Moving next.
Good job! Now destroy the remaining hamlets.
Bombing now. Okay, bombing. Bombing now. Okay, bombing. Bombing now. Okay, bombing.
Dear Joe, too bad there was no time for you to come home and say goodbye. I was so excited to hear that you've been transferred to Vietnam to support our fight for democracy, and I wanted to shake your hand. I've told all my friends that my brother's gonna fight in Vietnam. Some of them said that we shouldn't be dictating how other nations are run, but I know they're wrong, and that we're doing the right thing. Mother is worried about you, and she sends kisses. But she is sure our father would be proud of you should he be with us still. God bless his soul. Lisa was here yesterday bringing me your old textbooks. Zoe was helping, and she was very proud too, telling everyone she was helping Uncle Nee learn. After finishing college, I want to be just like you but on the ground. It's the Marines for me. You take care and kick some commie asses. Your brother, Neil.
Airstrikes on the VC-controlled hamlets were successful. Their defensive fortifications have been severely damaged, and now the ground attack must commence. South Vietnamese light tanks and infantry are already on their way to the hamlets. We will provide air support to ensure their success. But be careful. AA defenses are still active in the area, so we'll need to prioritize these when spotted.
This is Cobra 2. I think we've been hit. I'm initializing test control sequence.
Roger that, Cobra 2. We don't see any visible damage to your bird. Perform the full control test to confirm. 1, this is Bishop 3. I confirm all functionality check.
Thanks, Bishop. All seems to be working well. Proceed with the mission objectives.
Enemy fortifications were eliminated. There is still considerable resistance in the hamlet, and to minimize losses, we will provide air support for Vietnamese ground forces. Great. Our troops were deployed safely at the LZ. We have to provide cover fire until they establish a defensive perimeter. After successful experimentation with chemical defoliants, the President has authorized full-scale use of Agent Purple to clear the jungle and make the countryside safer for our troops. Jungle and forested areas are excellent hideouts for Viet Cong soldiers. If we wipe out the forest, then our ground forces will get the advantage and the VC will be no match for us in direct combat. Your C-123 will be accompanied by a fighter escort in case of trouble. Remember our motto, only you can prevent forests. Our recon reports several AA units in the area we need to defoliate. To allow our C-123s to make defoliation runs, we need to destroy identified AAs.
Bombing now. That's a good strike. Dropping bomb. That's a good strike. Bombing now.
Good job. Enemy AA positions were eliminated. Our C-123 is approaching its defoliation run.
Bombing negative.
Our intelligence has identified a Viet Cong transmitter in the hamlet of Ap Tan Toi, supported by a force of around 120 men. AVRN 7th Infantry Division, accompanied by 13 M113 APCs, are on site and ready to make a surprise strike against the target. 2 rifle companies will be dropped into the battlefield by the boys from 93rd Transportation Company. They won't stand a chance against our combined forces. Our reconnaissance reports LZ Bravo to be calm and secure. Drop our Marines at the LZ and wait until the Marines secure the perimeter. Provide fire support if necessary. We have to identify and secure an alternative landing zone for Marines near LZ Bravo. Find a good spot for a drop zone in the area. Safe LZ has been identified.
starts preparations for his final year in college soon, and I'm sure he'll do real well with all the work he's doing. Your mom's not really talking much and seems pretty worried. I'm not sure if that's about you, or rather about Neil's intention to follow in your footsteps. She certainly doesn't want to lose both of her sons to the war. I hope this war ends quickly and you're back with us soon. Stay safe, my love. With deepest love, Lisa and Zoe.
Despite Laos's declared neutrality, there are around 6,000 Viet Cong troops positioned in eastern Laos. The United States is covertly supporting the western part of the country in their fight against communism. But with North Vietnam expanding their logistic corridor, the Ho Chi Minh Trail, we are left with few options. We must intervene before the Viet Cong's control of the area becomes too dominant. However, given Laos's neutrality, this operation is in direct violation of the Geneva Convention. Therefore, it is classified and top secret. Revealing this operation would do major damage to the international reputation of the U.S. Thanks to your previous performance and reports from senior officers, you have been selected to be part of Operation Barrel Roll. Your primary goal is to eliminate ground targets in the area and disrupt enemy supply routes. A supply convoy has been reported on the Ho Chi Minh Trail. The convoy must be destroyed. Watch out for double A's protecting the convoy.
Dropping ball. Good strike. Enemy fire. He's gone low. Bombing down. That's a good strike.
MiGs are intercepting our bombing squad. The bombers must be protected. The NVA general is mobile. Don't let him escape into the jungle.
That's a good strike.
Dearest son, I hope Asia is treating you well. I know I haven't been in touch for a long, long time, but I suffer with the fear of your absence. I listen to all the news from Vietnam, and it fills me with worry. There's a lot of news about the conflict on the radio every day, and much of it is very scary. I live in fear of the doorbell, as I worry an officer with bad news might be calling. I know these times are hard on everyone, but I'm so scared of losing you. Neil is very proud of you and wants to join the Marines. I cannot forbid him to sign up, but maybe you can convince him not to. Please do your best to convince him not to go to Vietnam. I cannot lose both of you in war. Please forgive your mother for worrying. It is a mother's role to worry, and this war has me convinced that I will lose both you and Neil. Please be careful. Your beloved mother.
The USS Maddox reports that she has been attacked by North Vietnamese torpedo boats. You are immediately dispatched to defend her at all costs. Destroy the attacking boats and protect the Maddox. Dismissed. USS Maddox is reporting incoming hostile Vietnamese P-4. Take off and assess the situation. Defend the Maddox from attacking forces. The incident in the Gulf of Tonkin took place on August 2nd, 1964. Intelligence reported a similar attack 2 days later, which was eventually revealed to be false. However, President Lyndon B. Johnson, perhaps still trying to make his mark on an electorate grieving for JFK, addressed the nation on August 4th. He reported the attacks and requested the authority to undertake a military response. On August 7th, Congress passed the Gulf of Tonkin Resolution, which granted President Johnson the authority to conduct military operations in Southeast Asia. Johnson's false testimony in Congress escalated the situation and resulted in a military conflict which cost the lives of 50,000 U.S. military personnel, over 2 million Vietnamese, and immense material damage to Southeast Asia. This mission is a retaliatory strike for the attack on USS Maddox. 3 other squadrons are attacking other North Vietnamese targets. Our goals are the oil storage facilities in the provincial city of Vinh. Due to the nature of the target, we can expect heavy resistance, both from the ground and in the air. But we intend to deploy our ordnance and show the Vietnamese our strength. Give them hell. Enemy oil storage facilities in the provincial enemy NVA has built those sneaky Viet Cong have attacked Camp Holloway near Pleiku, killing 8 of our fellow pilots and injuring over 100 other U.S. soldiers, as well as destroying and damaging multiple aircraft. A retaliatory strike has been approved by President Johnson. Our forces take off from USS Hancock and USS Coral Sea. Our targets are the barracks at Vit Tu Lu and the port of Dong Hoi, just north of the 17th parallel. Hit them hard and show no mercy. Dong Hoi Port is protected by AAs. Shut down their defenses and our bombers will burn their port to the ground. Incoming MiGs. Engage. All threats are eliminated now. Our bomber squads are approaching.
Dropping bomb. Bomb incoming. Dropping bomb. On the way. Bomb impact good. Releasing payload. Let the bomb hit. On the way. Bomb impact good.
I got my results back yesterday. I passed. First thing this morning, I was at the USMC recruiting station and have signed on the dotted line to become a Marine. I ship out on Monday for recruit training at Paris Island. I was a bit nervous about the training, but the recruiter told me I looked like I would ace it. I imagine we might even see each other. Your Navy and I'll be Marine. We're practically the same. Marines get deployed from Navy aircraft a lot. There were loads of great guys joining up at the same time as me, so I'll be in good company. Mom has been crying and begging me not to sign up. I had to lie to her to get her to leave me alone yesterday after my results were posted. Can you write her and explain that I need to follow in yours and Father's footsteps? Nothing else feels right. I'll write to you from Paris Island. Brothers, almost in arms. Neil.
Tanhoa Bridge is an important strategic route for VC supplies and reinforcements, but it is well defended. Intel reports multiple VC anti-air regiments stationed in the area, but our objective is clear. The bridge must fall. Tanhoa Bridge is protected by heavy AA's. Our first wave has to shut them down. Our retreating bombers have been ambushed. Protect them so they can safely get out of range of the MiGs.
I can write. Mommy has let me write this letter on my own. Mom says I am getting very good at writing. Beth's dog had puppies, and now all my friends have them too. Can I have a puppy, Daddy? Mom says I have to ask you, but I will look after it and go for walks and pet her. Mom says you will be home at Christmas, and that I might see Santa Claus if I am a good girl and do well at school. Please don't hurt anyone nice. Love, Zoe.
This is a preemptive strike against regional VC forces to nullify the threat they pose to our Chu Lai base. Several U.S. Marine battalions have been deployed with the USS Galveston and USS Cabildo to provide naval gunfire support. Reports indicate that the enemy has around 1,500 men and is backed by several mortar units. Your role in this operation is to transport the troops and provide fire support to the Marines until they have cleared the area of enemies. The infantry will be depending on our air support, so stay alert. Designated LZ is near the hot zone. Deliver our Marines to the LZ and distract the enemy until our forces secure the defensive perimeter. Marines in position. intelligence reports heavy infantry and artillery incoming. Destroy enemy tanks to allow our forces to dominate the battlefield. More incoming!
Facing heavy resistance. Better back off and let the bombers deal with this. The big fighter bomb!
Heavy enemy mortar and automatic fire is reported from the hillside nearby our position. Drop the cluster bombs to secure the area.
Dropping bomb! Bomb incoming! Dropping bomb! That's a good strike! Bombing down! That's a good strike! That's a good strike!
Enemy base destroyed.
What are we fighting here? Farmers? Peasants? These people, who can barely scrape enough from the land to get by, are the biggest threat to our country right now? We bombed their homes, burned their trees, destroyed their crops, and this will persuade them that the mighty democracy of the US of A is fighting for their future? We are strangers in a strange land. We cannot dictate to these people how they should live. And we shouldn't oppress them with our weapons. This conflict seems wrong. Either someone has made a huge mistake or, well, I don't even want to think about the alternative.
Our naval forces have been consolidating around the Mekong Delta for months now. The Viet Cong have multiple small ports located in this area. and the goal of this operation is to completely deny the VC access to these resources. Our primary goal is to trial special illumination bombs to blind the enemy and prevent them from returning fire on our forces, which will also provide cover for Navy SEALs to infiltrate the port and plant explosive charges. The VC ain't gonna like that. Viet Cong are strongly embedded in the area. We will blind them to allow our forces the initiative.
Dropping bomb. Bomb hit positive.
To allow SEALs to plant their high-X charges, we have to distract the enemy by destroying the fuel dumps around the base.
son. The nightmares that have plagued me when your father left for war have returned. I lived on after your father left us, bringing up 2 lovely sons. But for what? So I could lose them in another senseless war? Am I so cursed to lose all my family to wars then? Would that have managed to stop you from joining the Navy? Then certainly Neil would not have followed in your footsteps. It falls to you now to tell Neil the truth of it, and that to be a man does not mean to kill others. I am sure that he will listen to you as he did while growing up. Without your father, he only had eyes for you, and I am certain that if you could make him understand, he would stay at home and do the right thing. I pray that you talk to Neil and convince him not to leave. Lots of love, Mom.
Our reconnaissance units operating south of the demilitarized zone report an increasing number of North Vietnamese Army in the area. Captured NVA soldiers confirmed that there are 2 enemy regiments in the area with the aim of liberating Quang Tri province. Operation Hastings has been authorized. Its objective is to drive back the NVA forces. Our role is to clear the area with napalm, transport Marines to the landing zones, and then support them against NVA resistance. Good luck! Drop napalm to clear LZ Crow. Beware of enemy AAs. Drop napalm to LZ Dove. No enemy resistance has been reported in this area.
Enemy fire! Bombing down. Good strike. Bombing down. All dropping bomb. That's a good strike.
We deployed our Marines at the LZ, but 2 of our Chinooks collided during the landing maneuver. Support our Marines until they secure the perimeter. Our forces require air support until they establish their positions. Protect our Marines. Our Marines are under heavy fire.
The brass says we're doing well, but it doesn't feel that way. We outclassed the enemy, but each time we pin them down, they disappear. We bombard their emplacements, charge their positions, but when we get there, they're gone, leaving empty bunkers and minimal casualties. How can we fight like this? We're already fighting the jungle and the terrain, and now we fight an enemy that appears, attacks, and is gone before we can react. How can we fight ghosts?
You have been seconded to this classified mission because of your superior performance in air-to-air combat. Enemy aircraft have become a major nuisance to our bombers. So to counter this threat, we have planned Operation Bolo. You will take the place of our bombers, following their usual route and using their regular formation as bait. Your goal is to counter the intercepting MiG-21s, which will no doubt appear. They will be expecting the significantly less dangerous F-105, but they will instead encounter your fully air combat armed F-4 Phantoms, equipped with AIM-9 Sidewinders. Hit them hard and show them that they are no match for the USAF's air superiority. Keep your distance and fly in formation until you get confirmed visuals on attacking MiG-21s. Put them down as soon as you have them in your sights. The MiGs are attacking. Teach them a lesson. 1st Marine Regiment has been assigned a seek and destroy mission in Kwe San Valley. Communist forces are firmly established with at least 2 enemy regiments entrenched in the area. But the region is strategically important to MACV, so we must clear them out. Foxtrot Company will act as bait. They've left their outpost and moved to the nearest enemy-held village where they ran into heavy enemy fire. Now that the NVA forces have been located, we can bombard their position with artillery, deliver reinforcements, and hit them hard from the air. Foxtrot Company uncovered the position of enemy VC forces. We will blow them up. Enemy helicopters detected. Shoot them down. To block the enemy escape route, we need to deploy our Marines at LZ Bravo. Support our Marines until they establish their positions.
Enemy fire!
Enemy heavy forces are incoming to LZ Bravo. We have to destroy them before they can reach our boys.
Enemy fire! Enemy fire! Enemy fire!
Brother, our unit has finally been deployed to Vietnam. We are currently based at Camp Carroll. I've seen several phantoms flying over us, headed north, and I wondered if you might have been flying one. Our lieutenant said that we'll be moved to a hot zone shortly after we acclimate. I'm so excited about being able to take down some of those commie boudoirs and help win this war. Brother in arms, Neil.
After Operation Bolo, the North Vietnamese Air Force ceased their activities and all but grounded their MiGs. They tried to challenge our forces a few times after, but each time they failed and suffered huge losses. Our airstrikes have been able to continue with only light resistance from ground-based air defenses. Meanwhile, we have been concentrating our bombing raids on rail targets to eliminate transport routes between China and Hanoi, but the North Vietnamese have constructed several alternative rail yards to minimize the effect of our strikes. One of these rail yards is atIen Bien, located around 36 miles north of Hanoi. A previous attack destroyed approximately half of the boxcars in the rail yard and left the remainder trapped. Your objective is to finish the job by destroying the remaining boxcars along with their shipment. Our targets are the boxcars trapped in the rail yard after the last strike. No significant resistance is expected since their aircraft are grounded after Operation Bolo. Enemy MiGs have been detected. Pursue them and strike them down.
Look at them run. They know they don't stand a chance. Got some heavy contact here. Come back! Come back! He's a goner.
MiG-17s were only bait, and while we were pursuing them, our bombers were attacked by MiG-21s. Return to the bombers immediately.
Running low on the MG. Our bomb bay's running low. Break formation and head home. It's getting too hot. I'm taking damage. Where is the escort? We're on our way, guys. Just hold on. Enemy fire! I messed up.
Knowledge is power. Intelligence and surveillance is the key to modern warfare. On that basis, we have developed acoustic sensors which can detect nearby enemies and reveal their positions and movement. Our objective is to place these sensors in the area of the Ho Chi Minh Trail, near the Laotian border. We know the Viet Cong is getting reinforcements from this area. If we can identify exactly where they are, then we can strike precisely and eliminate them before they even reach our position. Deploy sensors at the selected spots.
Deploying sensor.
Enemy helicopters detected. Shoot them down.
Got it! Oh, yeah, I'm good.
Deploy sensors at the selected spots.
Deploying sensor. Deploying sensor. Deploying sensor. Deploying sensor.
Heads up, MiGs incoming.
One less enemy. Yeah, I'm good.
I've been moved up to the front lines. Yesterday, I was involved in a short-range recon and even fired at the enemy. I'm claiming a kill, but we never actually saw any bodies. It was spooky how they managed to clear out before we got to their hole. The guys seem here a mix, from spaced-out guys on their second tours to FNGs like me. They say it like they hate me, but I think they're just jealous because I still have clean socks to wear. I don't mind, because we're both here in Vietnam dispensing justice to those who oppose freedom. How can the commies not be worried now? Be lucky. Neil.
The sensors you deployed have picked up PAVN forces moving towards the base at Khe Sanh, one of our primary surveillance outposts and a key jump-off point for future incursions into Laos. It is imperative that we retain this position. Infantry around the base has already been reinforced, but we need to bomb the enemy position ASAP, or we face losing the base. The weather isn't ideal for it, but we cannot delay. You're going to have to rely on information from Battlefield Command to get the ordnance on target. Don't expect to get a good visual through all that cloud. Top secret. There are concerns that we may not be able to hold this position with conventional airstrikes. If this is the case, Command is seriously considering the use of tactical nuclear weapons. We cannot afford to lose this outpost. Visibility is poor. We can't get a visual on the target area. We need to relay bombing information from B-52 radar operator Terry Parker.
Bombing now. Bomb hit positive. Bombing now. That's a good strike. Dropping bomb. Bomb hit positive. Bombing now. That's a good strike.
MiG-21 incoming. We mustn't lose a single B-52. Intercept them.
Here. I read your last mail together with Zoe. She heard about the My Lai massacre on the radio, and they discussed it at school. She's asking some very hard questions, like, why are you killing Vietnamese children? Aren't they just like she is? It was very difficult to stop her asking, since I certainly don't have the answers. Zoe wants to go on some of the marches that have been starting to get more and more popular. She says the people running the meetings are nice and easy to talk to. I said, I might take her if she's good and does her homework. Maybe she can find some answers from those people rather than worrying me with them. It's been a long time since your last leave. This war seems to have no end. It's not only lives that this war takes, but also families. I know you have your sense of duty, but Zoe has grown up now from the little girl who you used to bounce upon your knee. She is that girl no longer, but a young woman finding her way in the world. She barely knows you. Well, I hope you'll be able to come home soon for the holiday that you promised, and that I still recognize you. Be careful. Lisa and Zoe.
There was a prior agreement to cease fire during the Tet Lunar New Year's celebration. However, the treacherous commies have broken the ceasefire and started a massive offensive early this morning. They have launched a wave of attacks across South Vietnam, striking at over 100 cities, including the capital, Saigon. So far, this appears to be the largest military operation attempted by North Vietnam. Our intelligence did not expect the enemy to be capable of such a large-scale operation as this so-called general offensive and uprising. Their primary objective seems to be Saigon, and fortunately, we've been able to redeploy 15 battalions to this area. It seems that the VC commanders are focusing on 4 main targets: the radio station, our embassy, AVRN headquarters, and Independence Palace. You need to deliver our Marines to the hot zones, defend them, and recapture any locations that fall to the enemy. NVA diversion units strike at several primary targets in Saigon, and our embassy is under heavy attack. Deploy our reinforcements on the roof of the U.S. Embassy. VC's heavy artillery is progressing through the city. We need to destroy them from the air before they reach the U.S. Embassy. Our embassy is secure. Help to defend the AVRN headquarters. Redeploy troops from the embassy to Independence Palace. destroy VC tanks before they reach the palace.
Bombs are low. I'm under fire! I'm in sight! My plane's a mess! Eject!
Assist in recapturing the radio station.
Got it! A big fighter bullet! Oh, that's it. Super 2! I'm hit! Trapped! Ah! A big fighter bullet!
Other. I have learned that the illegal military occupation of Vietnam is based upon what they call anti-communist doctrine and has nothing to do with protecting the United States. Did you know this? Do your leaders tell you why you are there? Why they ask you to kill the farmers and the poor people you attack? Mom says you used to be a nice man and that she never believed you could turn into someone who could do the things we see on the news every day. The things reported by other countries because our leaders are too scared to admit they are wrong. You must see that the occupation is evil, so why are you still there? I have started meeting up with some other people who all believe the occupation is illegal, and we are peacefully making our ideas known. We bake cakes and sing songs and walk through town waving our banners and chanting about leaving Vietnam. Please, come home and stop killing people. Love, Zoe.
Urgent. We've received an urgent communication from Long Vây camp. They are under heavy attack from NVA forces, and it is of the highest priority that we support them immediately. U.S. and South Vietnamese forces are under attack by NVA tanks and infantry. Our artillery is already launching an attack to cover our boys, with an airstrike to follow. We need to prevent the NVA from capturing Long Vây camp, no matter what the cost. Long Vây is under heavy attack. Bomb NVA forces in the ravines north of Long Vây camp.
Dropping bomb. Bomb hit positive. Dropping bomb. This is good strike.
Enemy tanks are approaching Long Vây camp. We need to knock them out to give our boys a chance. Repel the enemy before dropping reinforcements. delivered the reinforcements to Long Bay Camp. Support Marines against the attacking NVA. Long Bay has been captured. Evacuate anyone left alive.
My dear son, since I waved goodbye to Neil, I have been all alone at home. There's no reason to get up, no one to cook and care for. I feel so useless. I wish you had managed to convince Neil to stay at home, but he is too much like you and your father before you. Is it too much to ask that a mother keep at least one son at home? I heard that because your father died in service that you could choose not to enter the military. You could use this as a reason to come home, or maybe get Neil to return. All my love, Mom.
We have captured documents which indicate that the 29th PAVM Regiment, nicknamed Ho Chi Minh's Pride, is located in a valley near the Laotian border. Our goal is to eliminate the enemy presence in the area. We need to deliver Marines to the area and provide them with sufficient firepower and air support to overcome any enemy resistance. Selected landing zone is secure. Drop our troops to LZ and defend their position. Strong presence in the area, and our Marines are under heavy fire from the jungle line. Provide air support to our boys. Marines' position is very difficult. We need to airlift them out to the safe LZ. Bravo Company is locked down by strong enemy fire. Napalm the enemies.
Dropping bomb. Bomb hit positive. Bombing now. Good strike.
Deploy reinforcements for the final assault to the marked LZ. NVA bunkers are blocking our progress. Destroy them so our boys can progress and capture Hill 916. We have received authorization to bomb communist forces located in South Vietnam, near the Cambodian border. Our B-52s will take off tonight and deliver their payload in the early morning, just in time for breakfast. The target is an area reported by our intelligence as a major NVA base. Group Forward Air Controllers of the MACV will provide damage assessment following the mission. Dismissed. Our B-52 squadrons are fully loaded with today's special breakfast menu. Deliver the payload for the commies' breakfast.
Change of plan, guys. Command's given us a new target across the border. Divert. Cambodia's neutral. Must be a mistake. No mistake, but we better not advertise what we're up to.
MiGs incoming. Defend the bomber. Just in time for the breakfast menu. Drop the payload.
Bombs away. That's a bomb hit.
I have forgotten why we are fighting this so-called war. We are far from home in a place most Americans can't point to on a map. We are apparently fighting for the safety of our future. Yet our enemy are mainly farmers who believe in sharing. We are the best trained, best educated troops on this planet. Yet we have spent years failing to best this small third world country. They have some support, of course, like the MiGs they use in astonishingly successful guerrilla attacks. But in the end, we shouldn't be struggling this hard. Is it because we don't know why we're fighting? Is it because we're far from home? Far from the places we left our hearts? If we were fighting to protect those we hold dear, would we struggle like this? Will we even have those we hold dear after fighting in this war?
PAVN have launched a massive offensive in the demilitarized zone, targeted at Saigon, Central Highlands, and Kontum. If they capture Kontum, they will cut South Vietnam in half. They are supported by T-54 tanks, superior to any tanks available to the AVRN. Early this morning, Fire Support Base Delta was attacked, and it's inevitable that these attacks will spread to other targets soon. We need to provide air support to FSB Delta. Fire Support Base Delta has been under heavy fire since early morning. They desperately need air support. Help resist NVA forces. Eliminate artillery and infantry. John Paul Van is on his way to Tonkin. However, PAVN has several AA positions in the area, so before he lands, AA must be destroyed. John Paul Van has landed safely thanks to you, but a group of T-54s progressing towards FSB Delta is reported. The tanks have to be destroyed. Our weapons were not effective against T-54 armor, but the new tow rockets can pierce their armor. Use tows to stop incoming T-54. PAVN launched a second wave of attacks, but we are getting air support from B-52s. We need to keep the enemy forces in the kill zone of the B-52 strike.
Hey, Joe. Now I know why veterans don't talk much. I never expected it could be this bad. And every week brings some new atrocity. I wanted to serve my country, but the things they make us do will haunt me for as long as I live. When people tell you not to go to war, you think it is for their sake, that they do not want to be left alone. But now I know that it's for our sake they do this. I wish I could bring back Father, and you, and all of us be sat around the dinner table together. Nobody deserves to experience this. I only pray you have not had it so bad. Neil.
The PAVN has quickly recovered from their defeat and are pushing forward again in superior numbers. AVRN forces were attacked this morning, and 53rd Division has been pushed from their position. Our air support is needed to keep Kontum out of communist hands. The PAVN have the advantage of numbers, so we need to cooperate closely with AVRN forces to win this battle. We need to support our ground troops and help them finally crush the NVA forces. T-54s are inbound on our position. We need to stop their progress using tow missiles. PAVN forces are marching towards Kontum. Ground units can't withstand this kind of pressure. We have to reduce their strength before they reach the city borders.
Enemy fire!
Dearest Joe, I received a visit from Colonel Mayweather yesterday. He and a nice female Marine came to tell me that Neil was lost in combat. The colonel said that Neil served with distinction and that I should be proud. So why is it that all I feel is pain? I wish you could have convinced Neil not to join the Marines. And now there is another hole in my life where a man should be. Colonel Mayweather has informed me that you have been given a chance to come home as a part of something called the Sole Surviving Son when your commanding officer told you about Neil, and that you had declined. I cannot believe it. Haven't you done enough? Isn't it time for you to come home and protect your family? I don't think Lisa or Zoe will understand your decision, as I know I do not. Please, come home. I need you. Mom.
Top secret. SEAL Team 1 has been sent out to rescue 2 POWs escaping from Hanoi. However, strong currents have taken them off course, and they have been forced to scuttle their SDV and abort the mission. Their emergency signal indicates that they are several miles off the coast in the Gulf of Tonkin. We must go and rescue them. We received an emergency signal from our SEAL team near the coastal area. Search and rescue SEAL team. Grayback is waiting at the drop point. Deliver SEALs to Grayback's position. Operation Linebacker is a joint Air Force and Navy operation aimed at breaking down the NVA's communication network and disrupting their supply lines from China. Our goal is to eliminate important railroad targets, including the railroad switching yard at Yen Vien, Paul de Mer Bridge, and the symbolic Dragon's Jaw Bridge at Tan Hoa Province. Cutting these NV supply lines will significantly reduce the PAVN's capability to stand against us, so heavy resistance is expected. NVA facilities have to be destroyed. Watch out for AA resistance.
Dropping bomb. That's a good strike. Bombing now. Bomb hit positive. Bombing now. Bomb hit positive.
MiGs are attacking. Intercept enemy fighters.
Enemy fire.
MiGs are no longer a threat. Destroy the marked facilities now!
Dropping bomb. That's a good strike. Bombing now. That's a good strike. Bombing now. Bomb hit positive. Dropping bomb. Bomb hit positive.
There are strong AA defenses around Paul Dumer Bridge. Destroy the AA first to allow our bombers to strike the bridge.
Got him. Got him. Bombing now. That's a good strike.
Double A's are quiet now. Time to break the bridge.
Dropping bomb. Bomb hit positive. Bombing now. That's a good strike.
So, frankly, I cannot believe that you have refused the right to come home after Neil's death. Your family needs you now more than ever, yet you offer us no support. What right have you to expect us to wait here and welcome you home if you ever decide to return? Your poor mother, she's in pieces. She thinks you're as good as dead, which, on top of losing Neil, has broken her heart. She's hardly eating and refuses to go out at all. Do you realize you are basically killing her with this attitude? What are you thinking? Zoe thinks your actions mean that she has to demonstrate with the anti-war people. She's staying out late at night, and she won't tell me what she's been doing. She's growing into a wild child without a father to help keep her in line. What will you do when you lose her too? Ask your commanding officer to let you come home on the sole surviving son ticket, and we can all try and get along. Please, if not for me, then for Zoe and your mom's sake. Regards, Lisa.
We have now been authorized to use the full power of our Air Force, and so B-52s will be allocated to the sorties from here on in. We will eliminate all important targets in North Vietnam. We have to convince the North Vietnamese to return to the negotiating table after the recent breakdown of the Paris peace talks. Your present mission is to bomb the airport at Kep, the warehouse complexes at Yen Vien, and the broadcasting facility of Radio Hanoi. Further strategic targets will be selected every day. Strong resistance is expected, but we shall crush them all before us until they are forced to negotiate. We will strike with full force to convince the North Vietnamese to return to the peace talks.
Dropping bomb. That's a good strike. Bombing now.
B-52s are under fire. Protect our bombers. Bomb marked targets in Hanoi.
Bombing now. That's a good strike. Bombing now. Bomb hit positive.
Our targets are Tai Wen Power Plant and Kin Ho Railroad. Eliminate any and all resistance.
Dropping bomb. Bomb hit positive.
Quang Tay Airfield and Van Dien Storage Depot are the targets of the bombing run. Lose no bombers.
One left. Just nearly empty.
Carpet bomb Bok Mai Military Airfield.
Our bomb bay's running low.
As the NVA draw ever closer to Saigon, a mass evacuation of orphans from South Vietnam to the U.S. and other countries has been announced. We must collect and deploy the children to Saigon's Tan Son Nhut Airport, from where they will be transported by military cargo plane to their new families in the U.S. NVA Army is getting closer to Saigon. We have to evacuate civilians from a nearby village and deploy the children to Tan Son Nhut Airport, where they will be transported overseas.
Activity in the area. Hold it there while we clear them out. Enemy
Enemy has established strong AA presence in the area. Chinooks loaded with escaping children can't take off without being shot down. Eliminate AAs to allow our Chinooks to take off. AA has been eliminated and we can take off now. However, recon reports several AA positions in the area. Beware of the NVA AA and deliver the children safely to Saigon's airport. We saved the Vietnamese children from NVA forces. New families are awaiting the children in the U.S. and other countries. Take off in the C-123 and transport the children to their new homes and safety.
I'm hit! Can't pull up!
It has been heartening to be part of something that felt so positive. It's been some time since I felt so much good come from something in this jungle. We've managed to move thousands of kids from orphanages to homes in the U.S., bringing love into the lives of kids who've had little to look forward to. It also feels like we're giving something, however small, to the future of these people. Despite the good feeling, the thought of that first flight makes my eyes moisten, thinking about those little kids in that plane as it went down. But we must look forward, and my mind turns to Zoe, my daughter, now a woman, who I hope to come to know again.
The Khmer Rouge are concentrating all their forces on Phnom Penh, the last bastion of the Khmer Republic. It will undoubtedly fall under enemy control within the next few hours. So an evacuation of all U.S. military personnel and the Cambodian leaders has been ordered. LZ Hotel, approximately 900 meters from the U.S. Embassy, has been selected for the evacuation choppers, as it has no direct visibility from the river, which is under Khmer Rouge control. The LZ will be secured by Company G until the evacuation is complete. Vietnamese are approaching Phnom Penh, the last bastion of Khmer Republic. Our goal is to evacuate U.S. military personnel and Cambodian leaders. Deploy Company G to secure LZ Hotel until evacuation is completed. Embassy personnel under fire. Rescue the escaping personnel before they're hit. Enemy mortar fire is too strong. We need to provide air support to our remaining forces and eliminate enemy mortar sites. Our defenses were broken, and enemy armies are marching through the city towards our remaining outposts. We can't hold any longer. Evacuate immediately.
as well as those who gave their lives. This war has cost the rest of us dear as well. We are dismantling our bases and evacuating, but we are basically handing the South over to the NVA and their allies. I've spent over 15 years here, serving my country, all in the name of democracy and the fight against the Red Threat. I was proud serving my country when I first came to Vietnam. I knew bad things could happen in wars, but the last 15 years has left me convinced that wars are fundamentally wrong. I have given everything. I have seen others give their all. My country has given its all, and we have nothing at all to show for it. I've lost my brother, my wife, maybe my mother and daughter too. Is it some irony that I survived to see the futility of it all? Can I look into Lisa's eyes and tell her that I was right to stay in the Navy and fight? I told her I was fighting for her, for Zoe. No one cares that we are coming home. Newsreels here show vets being spat on and shouted at as they return. How can my country have let me down? Can I even go back home now?
Saigon is besieged by the NVA, and an evacuation of the city is imminent. All of the Navy's Task Force 76 has been allocated to assist with this. Fixed-wing evacuation ceased today at 0700, and Operation Frequent Wind, the helicopter evacuation of Saigon, has started. DAO compound has been selected as one of 2 last safe evacuation LZs for final evacuation. Deploy Company H to DAO compound and secure the landing zone area. Collect refugees and transport them to the U.S. Embassy. Eliminate any resistance. NVA Army is getting too close. You need to slow down their progress until the evacuation is completed.
Got tanks moving towards the embassy. Better deal with them quick. Enemy fire!
Heavy artillery almost reached our LZ area. You must destroy incomings before they attack LZ. Evacuate Major Keene and the last troops from the rooftop of the embassy.
Dear son, I heard in the news that the war is finally an end. Does this mean you can finally come home? I was depressed and am sorry I said those horrid things. Please come back to me. You are my only son and I love you. Zoe still needs a father, no matter what happens between you and Lisa. It's time to come back and rebuild your family. Please return home as soon as you can. Be careful. All my love. Mom.
Joe returned home at the end of 1975. The Paris Peace Accords, signed in 1973, effectively ended the U.S. military involvement in Vietnam, though financial support remained. Nixon implied military help would again be offered to South Vietnam if the North attacked, but the Senate moved to block any such military intervention. Thus it was with a sinking heart that President Ford watched the North Vietnamese crush the South within 2 years.
We had been preparing for action for months, keeping our MiGs out of combat, practicing new tactics, and studying American flight patterns. On August 23, 1967, we were ready at last. That day, you and your pilots entered our territory near Hanoi. We scrambled to our MiGs. The older MiG-17s approached you directly, while the MiG-21 interceptors stayed out of sight, gaining altitude. As the interceptors reached their position, above and beyond your planes, the MiG-17s launched their attack. That attack from the MiG-17s was the bait to split your formation, to separate the bombers from their escorts. It worked. Your fighters were drawn away, leaving the bombers vulnerable to a greater threat.
American aircraft inbound. Begin operation.
Now, pull out, but make sure they can follow you.
One less. The mark base almost empty. Enemy fire!
The phantoms are following us. It worked.
I'm messed up! I'm hit!
The phantoms are following us. It worked. Dragonfly, the path is clear to the bombers.
The American aircraft had scattered. Some were shot down, others has retreated. But one phantom still remained to challenge us. Why did he not run home like the others?
It really was you. I was the pilot of that last Phantom. Why did I not retreat? I saw one of the damaged Thunder Chiefs limping home. He must have taken a hit to the engine. Had I ran, your jets would have caught up with him. Well, not on my watch. I was the escort, right?
I admire such bravery. To stay in combat alone, knowing what would happen? Very noble.
Well, not really. You should know. During a dogfight, it gets very confusing. You lose track of friendlies. I didn't see any of ours go down. I figured everyone else had pulled back safely, and only this one guy took a hit. Truth is, after Operation Bolo, many of us started thinking you Vietnamese pilots were only good against slow bombers, that you couldn't handle real combat. So, you see, it wasn't about being noble. I just didn't think there was any risk.
Operation Bolo. If August 23rd was a disaster for you, how much more of a disaster was Operation Bolo for us? For years, we had struggled to make our mark, to prove to you that we meant business. As you Americans might say, we thought we had shown our worth. Our Vietnamese People's Air Force had been gaining in strength for years. We went from operating only 2 training planes with a handful of men to multiple squadrons of jet fighters flown by experienced pilots ready to challenge the world's greatest military power. I was there from our first confirmed jet fighter kill, through the endless sorties and intercept flight, and during the setbacks, celebrating victories. We have much to be proud of, because in the end, the odds were never even. Our aircraft, we had many MiG-17, all outdated before they even arrived in Vietnam.
All pilots, incoming aircraft, suspected target, Tan Hoa Bridge, scramble and intercept at all costs. They are running! The bridge is safe!
A beautiful dogfighter, the old MiG-17. I liked it better than any other plane. It handled well, and though its missile loadout was poor, I preferred to rely on guns anyway. That day, our guns scored the first kill against your jets, and it sent shockwaves through the world. The others got away, but we had won. Many other victories would follow. The MiG-21 was something different. It was high-tech, a fantastic interceptor. She did not handle as well as the 17s, but she was much faster. Had more missile too.
Lefty, fly up front! He's a good enough. He good flow!
Scramble on interceptors! Incoming bombers!
As good as the MiG-21s were, our allies could never deliver enough of them. We were vulnerable. January 2nd, 1967. Operation Bolo is what you Americans called it. As we had many times before, we intercepted a group of your bombers. Rouge. Instead of the cumbersome bombers, we were engaged by phantoms. Within minutes, I found myself gliding to the ground with a parachute.
Tune. I was there during Operation Bolo. I flew one of the Phantoms that day. Did I shoot you down? I see no way to be sure. We can only imagine. If I shot you down, then you shot me down. What a coincidence. It's just the fortunes of war, I guess. You win some, you lose some.
You could say, it makes us even.
Yes, even, but not the same. You said you wanted revenge? To win? To recover the lost honor of the VPAF? Well, Tune, for me, it was the opposite. After August 23rd, I was a changed man. I lost confidence. For the first time, I seriously thought about my family's constant pleas to transfer back to the States. In the end, I stayed. I felt I had to do my duty to the very end. But the end? Well, I started to wonder what that end would be. Why did I have doubts? The military situation was fine. Our defeat was just a minor setback. So, what? A bruised ego? Looking back, it was being on the ground. The experience of being hunted, knowing that anyone I meet could kill me. Two things dawned on me. First, we could not win because your government would not stop. It dawned on me that no matter what, all we could do was make your people hate us more. Secondly, I simply realized that this was not a fair fight for which I was willing to lay my life on the line. That was not Korea, where every town and village we freed from the communists welcomed us, where the destruction we saw gave us one more reason to keep going. In Korea, Victory seemed worth dying for.
You say you could not win. Maybe. But as long as you Americans were in Vietnam, we could not take a step forward. 10 years and not a step forward. We had our doubts too. We often wondered if the sacrifices would pay off. Until the news of the treaty, of the American withdrawal, many of us could not imagine victory. But afterwards, our great surge forward. March 1975, Hue Falls, Da Nang Falls. We knew now Saigon was within reach. The South did not welcome us as liberators. They fled from us. And it was this flood of refugees that destroyed the enemy army once and for all. With the roads jammed by refugees, the southern armies lost the freedom of movement. As the enemy collapsed, our agents grew more active. We had many of them, even officers in the enemy forces. Now at last, they could cross the lines and join us. On the 8th of April, as our forces pushed toward Saigon, I was summoned to an emergency briefing. The mission? Fly to Saigon and escort a South Vietnamese F-5E Tiger II back to our airfield. No explanation was given, and I knew better than to ask. It wasn't until the next day, when the story of our mission was published in our newspaper, that I found out. His name was Nguyen Thanh Trung. Nguyen Thanh Trung was already our man when he joined the VNAF. Now, a fully trained combat pilot, he decided it was time to bring his plane across the lines.
NG-243, launch! This is NG-243. I have engine trouble. Returning to base.
Nguyen Thanh Trung only needed to evade enemy patrols and make it to our airfield. He chose to do more. He chose to bomb the presidential palace in Saigon.
I'm in now. I've hit positive.
The bombs caused minor physical damage, but their psychological impact, that was something else. Now Nguyen Thanh Trung only needed to escape. Easier said than done. The enemy were on high alert. We met up with Nguyen Thanh Trung, but he was not safe yet. The VNAF was in pursuit. It wasn't an easy mission for us. Protecting one VNAF F5 from other F5s with identical markings? Madness!
I'm good.
Was my final combat action against South Vietnam. Ours was an air force of fighter pilots. We simply had no capability for ground strike. But I did fly one more time over Saigon. The city surrendered on April 30th, with the next day being Labor Day, always a great celebration. It was doubly significant because of the previous day's victory. We organized a massive parade. Tanks, planes, even boats on the river. Between us, I think it was as much a celebration as a show of force to tell the hostile citizens of South Vietnam they must accept reunification. I was there, flying over the city. A beautiful sight. For the first time in months, no gunfire, no smoke.
So for you, the war was over on April 30th. Wow. We had officially withdrawn 3 years earlier. But in the end, my final combat action took place on May 15th, 2 weeks after the fall of Saigon finished the war for you. Tell me, did you ever hear of the Mayaguez incident? The afternoon of May 12th, we were called in for an emergency briefing. The last thing any of us expected was action, but there you have it. The Khmer Rouge had already captured several ships near the Cambodian coast, and we wouldn't have lifted a finger to stop them. But the SS Mayaguez was our ship. 40 American sailors, prisoners of a regime known for slaughtering its political opponents. Our imagination was running wild. There's more to it. A few years earlier, the North Koreans had captured the USS Pueblo, holding her crew for 11 months. Our inability to rescue those men was humiliating, but at least that was excusable, given North Korea's military strength. But now, just when Saigon had fallen, we were to suffer another humiliation, this time at the hands of little Cambodia? Absolutely no way. So we went to work immediately. First task, stop the Mayaguez before it reached the shore. Then, drop troops on board and recapture the ship. Simple, right? What happened that day? The Mayaguez was stopped by the Khmer Rouge Navy. Navy? A few swift boats is all they had, but it was enough. The captain had to surrender the ship, but managed to send out a mayday signal first. The hijacked ship was heading for the coast, and we had to stop them, without endangering the crew. Our orders? Fire guns all around the Mayaguez. Do not hit the ship. Would it work? Three days later, there we were. still preparing for the rescue. Our first attempt was canceled after an accidental crash. The big question, was anyone still there to be rescued? We knew the Khmer had offloaded some of the crew to the island of Koh Tang, but we still had to check if anyone was left on board. A contingent of Marines was deployed in CH-53 choppers. Risky stuff boarding a ship from the air. To offer some cover, a wing of A-7s was dispatched with special tear gas bombs.
Dropping bomb.
Our part was easy. We saturated the ship's decks with tear gas, and the Marines went in. One of our destroyers, the Harold E. Holt, was also approaching, ready to deploy additional boarding parties as soon as the Marines could secure a foothold.
Bombay's running low. Company D successfully deployed to Mayaguez.
The boarding was a success, but no hostages on board. Now it was time for the debacle. Even the Khmer, intimidated by our first round of air raids, had announced they intended to free the hostages. Our Marines were heading for the Koh Tang where we thought the crew was held. But we got overconfident. No way we'd have risked an airdrop in Vietnam without first suppressing ground fire.
Your final battle was not against Vietnam, but against the Khmer Rouge. You could say, Joe, that we became comrades in arms by the end. I too fought against the Khmer Rouge. For us ordinary soldiers, who understood nothing of the greater politics, it was a bewildering turn of events. During the American War, the Khmer Rouge were our allies. We had been taught about the great alliance of all communist nations, the Soviet Union, the Chinese, Laos, Cambodia, everywhere, the communists were our friends. The moment Saigon fell, everything changed. Almost immediately, the Khmer Rouge started making hostile moves. In 1977, they launched an outright invasion. We pushed them back, marched almost all the way to their capital, and then withdrew. We wanted peace and negotiations, not war. And then China entered the equation. They claimed to mediate at the peace table, but in secret, they sent arms to Cambodia. Communist China, our ally. It is true for 1,000 years. China has often been an enemy of Vietnam, but we thought with communism, history was forgotten. Not so. History, it seems, never goes away. The negotiations came to nothing. Our country realized there was only one option left: overthrow the Khmer Rouge before their military could become strong enough to invade us again. But what would China do? The invasion started on December 25, 1978. You Americans celebrate a holiday that day, do you not? For us, it was the first day of a new conflict. Our forces pushed into Cambodia from the east. The Khmer Rouge forces, outmanned and outgunned, would not back down. It was a hard and brutal fight, but a short one. January 2nd, 1979 was a day I'll never forget. It was a long day, the last time we met Khmer MiGs in the air. My final aerial battle. And the day we broke their resistance, opening the way to Phnom Penh. That day, the VPAF performed many roles: fighter interceptions, bombing runs, troop transportation. You may find this surprising, but on that last day, I spent most of my time flying an American aircraft, one of our captured F-5 fighters. Our forces were mirrored in battle, perhaps 20 kilometers from Phnom Penh. It was our task to prepare the way for the final attack. First, we had to eliminate the Khmer Air Force. Destroying their MiGs was easy. Now it was time for our own MiGs to enter the action and hit the enemy's AA positions. This was the first and only time we ever attacked the train. Not an ordinary target. Many high Khmer Rouge officials were evacuating on the train, and we wanted them on trial. They had to be caught alive. Since we could not risk damaging the train itself, we would make it stop by hitting the bridge. With the bridge out of action, our helicopters entered the fight. The train, we later found out, was taking important Khmer Rouge officials out of the city, escaping towards the west. They did not escape. Now it was time to hit the ground troops, get ready for the big push.
Formation.
The last attack of the Khmer Air Force took us by surprise. With their main base out of action, where had they come from? No matter, they had to be dealt with. A month later, Vietnam suffered another invasion. The Chinese attacked in retaliation for the overthrow of their Cambodian allies. Fortunately, it was a short-lived war, and most of our pilots, myself included, never had to fight again. I remained in the Air Force for another 5 years until I retired. This was the most beautiful period of my life. Training new pilots, flying over Ho Chi Minh City and Hanoi in yearly victory celebrations, flying for pleasure.
Back in the States, I trained pilots too. We have that in common. I wanted to fly for as long as they'd let me, which was not long. They made me retire in 1977. They didn't like my bitter attitude. Was I supposed to be happy? I had a family before Vietnam, but afterwards, my wife wanted nothing to do with me. My daughter, Antoon, my daughter would sooner shake your hand than mine. But the war is over. Antoon, I fought. I had always thought I was fighting for the good of Vietnam. I had no hatred for you. I know you have no hatred for Americans either. We fought each other. We were enemies. Now, it is behind us. I'm an old man now, and I'm dying. There's cancer eating me up. If there's one thing I'd like to do before I die, it's to meet the man who shot me down and be able to call him my friend.
Joe, I would be very happy to meet you indeed. You are welcome in Vietnam. Less than a year after his meeting with Nguyen An Thuan, on January 27, 1993, Joe died of cancer at the MCAS Miramar Hospital. There was no last-minute reconciliation with his family. He died alone. But on the hospital admission form, he gave his next of kin as Nguyen An Thuan, 17 Zai Phong Street, 423-232 Nam Dinh, Nam Dinh Province, Vietnam.